Alright, okay, something new for today. Bring you massive value, as I was saying, all types of ways. Giving thanks too. Give thanks for life, for health and strength, length of days, all types of ways to provide value. So, what is today? Setting up the marketing flow for Stackivate. Last thing I'm going to do before I start the new business tomorrow. So, gotta do something new. Coming through. Got 90 days so far. Pure unbroken code. Today I mapped the pipeline for the marketing road. Stackivate is finished and the foundation is set. I'm about to claim a market that I haven't met yet. I'm showing you the blueprints of the content engine flow, how a solo tech mogul forces traffic to grow. Keep your eyes open and listen real close, because what comes next is what will hit the market most. App number 2 is a mystery, a brand new business engine built to make tech history. Coming very soon. The files are locked tight. Smash the like button and map the funnel right. So got to do some positioning, figure out content multiplication, hooking in leads, and I'm gonna drop a agent swarm. I'm gonna get some agents, gonna get multiple agents to do this for me at the same time and go through that. And I'm not gonna use the ultra mode like I did before. I'm gonna try it just like standalone. Basically, ultra mode is also doing a different variation of how it's going to deal with the prompt, how it's going to do the research and everything like that. But I'm just going to see the difference, like basically the swarm, the multiple agents without the ultra mode process, with just the normal process. Be looking at things like how good it did, how well it did to follow the task. Mainly, what's the token usage compared to using the ultra mode version? I'm basically starting to realize there's a lot of these different skills, commands, prompts, things like that I can maximize usage. And what I'm finding is that a lot of them work really well for certain tasks, but there's usually after I do it and I research it, there's usually a better way to do it that I don't need the full force of whatever that command is. So if I can figure out how to reverse engineer these more complicated prompts or whatever it would be, skills, tasks, commands, and just find out how to do it manually and understand the parts of it, how to do it manually and what parts I need for certain tasks. That's really, I think, what I'm trying to do, because I'm realizing that there's faster, more efficient ways to do things, but sometimes I just have to do it the slow, inefficient, packaged way to figure out how to do it better. So that's all part of the learning process. That's kind of like life too, I guess. Figuring out what you don't like, doing things and just trying it out, build fast, fail fast, figuring out what you do like, what you don't like, and then trying to find out ways to just do more of what you like, less of what you don't like. So let's see, where is this gonna be? Starting out with the marketing project. Let me get a new terminal started up. That one was old. That one already had the context. Okay. Alright, making sure the stream is good. As far as I can see. Awesome, that's that. Let's see. Okay. Alright, so here we go. Alright, so what I want to do is start out with essentially like a research process. And I've got the foundation of this business built. So what I want to do now is set up systems and automate it. So since this is the marketing project, I want you to help me set up systems for this. So like each week, what I'm planning on doing is spending at least one day on the live stream to go back over this project. And when I do, I'm going to create the marketing content for that week. So essentially, I want you to help me plan how I'm going to plan this out. I'm going to create this content. I'm going to go over everything. I've got some ideas like what I want to do. I want to essentially like be building a live portfolio, and you know, I'll spend time each week using the actual product, the app, and I'll have it help me build out a portfolio, and over time it'll get information about me and understand my investing style and help me progress so I can show that live. And I think building a portfolio live is going to be a good way to do this. So that'll be one thing. I want to be creating content that is you know, up to the time, like basically like the cutting edge of technology. I want to keep track with what's new in the fintech space. I know I've already got, I think, something that kind of scans through and does that, but I'm looking at setting up something like a weekly cron job that would basically, you know, go through and scan every single platform that I'm marketing on, which so far would be like YouTube, X, TikTok, there's a few more. I don't know if you have access to these, but basically let me know what you have for the list, and I think we can pretty much go from there. Make sure that any questions you have for me, ask me them now. And before we actually start the planning, I will have you set up like a multi-agent process to do that. So make sure you let me know when you're ready, and then I will instruct you on how I want this done. Some kind of glitch in the internet matrix. It says it just logged me out and then logged me back in before I even knew what happened. But that's alright. But not lyrics. I don't want these lyrics. Alright. What's up, C Films? I'm doing alright. How about you? Feeling pretty good. And getting ready to start the next business. Actually, that one was kind of started. I'd already been doing some marketing for it, and just had a bunch of ideas, but definitely gonna be building something new for it. That's good to hear. You're doing great. And I got out, tried my new wing foil board yesterday, and got out on the lake, got in the sun a little bit too much, but it was worth it. And feeling good about that. That was a good break. So now recharged, fresh air and sunshine, and exercise always has got me motivated to do more work on the computer, staring at the screen. So, you know, keeping the balance. Set up this auto mode. Prestigigating. That's a new one. Prestidigitating. Prestigitate. I don't know where Claude comes up with these words sometimes, but it's like enhance my vocabulary while I'm vibe coding. I think anything you can't do right now, make a list of it so that I can figure a way to make it work in the future. And the platforms that I don't have yet, I'll just plan to do manually. Or the platforms that you can't reach with like a web scraper, doing your research, I'll just manually do those from the start. I'll want to do that anyway, I think, to, when I'm first creating content, just to get a better idea of personally what's trending and everything like that. And another idea I'm just having now is like a place in this project for me to essentially relay the data that I get back to you that I manually get. So for right now, I can do this through not the dashboard, but just with you in VS Code with Claude Code. And once we start to get like a better workflow down, then I'll find a way to transfer that to the dashboard. Any other platform that I'm not thinking of right now, let me know and we can just keep a note of it. I like the hybrid idea where this scanning runs on a schedule in the background. I'm guessing the way to set that up is going to be through a task. But I want to keep it minimal for now. And then just add to the process over time. So not sure how you would record that down. And it sounds like we need to understand better what the minimal parts, like what you should start doing scans for. There's going to be multiple things, so I think it would make sense to do that to save time, so it's done like the day before I'm doing the stream. Not even sure what day that's going to be, if it's like a particular day of the week or how I'm going to set that up. But that's my ideas with this part. And I think for now, we can just do it like one click just to test it out. And then I'll work with you to make sure it's working right. And then I think transfer it over a few parts at a time for running a schedule in the background. So it will live inside the Stackivate app, inside the paid tier. I'll do it there through paper trading with fake money, but then I'm also going to be actually like buying it on an exchange. So it'll be tracked on the paper trader plus in my own exchange. Not sure which exchange I'm going to use. With the intention in the future, I can hook up some kind of API so that the journaling and coaching feature will connect with the exchange. And I kind of like the idea of being tracked in the marketing repo as well, but I don't really see that that's necessary, other than maybe like it will help create the content. So maybe that is more necessary than I understand, and help me understand if there's any other reasons that it would make sense to transfer that data over to the marketing repo, which I'm guessing I could just do with an API because all the data would be in the project through the paper trade paid tier feature. I want you to tell me about dynamic workflows with Claude Code. From what I understand, this can spawn multiple agents, and I've done that before with Ultra Mode, but I think this would be like a leaner version of Ultra Mode. Help me understand that part of it. Help me understand the difference of doing it like this versus doing it with Ultra Mode. And any other basic stuff you could think of to tell me about this, including how to implement it. From what I understand, it's not a command, it's just something that I would say in a prompt to use this method. My new project is a human operating system, basically. It's all about human optimization, health, mental capacity, learning how to improve these over time, natural methods. It's called Fibble Prana. And essentially, it's nothing new. It's ancient natural methods that people throughout history. So I'm going to be connecting methods with, you know, where they came from and the reasons they were created. People can see over time, basically, that it's not much different than right now, that people are going through the same things that they've gone through, and that they've, over time, humans have learned ways to deal with situations, make themselves better, and I feel like it can provide a lot of value to humanity. So, you know, this one right now is wealth. Moving on to health, giving thanks every time. What is a dynamic workflow? Okay, so I see what it's doing. It's when I prompt Claude to use a dynamic workflow, It doesn't just start coding the features, it writes a custom JavaScript orchestration script specifically for the task or tasks I would give it. And then it executes that script in the terminal background, dynamically spawning tens or hundreds of completely isolated parallel agents, each with a fresh context window to execute the task. Okay, so it sounds like one of the main things is each of these agents is going to have its own context window, whereas Ultra Mode, they all work together in the same window, which definitely ran through the context very quick. So that basically just need to include it in the prompt. Can tell it to use a dynamic workflow. And also mention to deploy independent subagents to do what I needed to do. Or I can just start by saying Ultra Code. I'm not sure what the dot what that is called, the terminology. And then just let it know what it needs to do. It sounds like that's the simpler version, the caveman version. Or I could use a / command if I want to do it for the entire session, which I don't. Definitely runs through tokens quicker. Okay.
Where's the beat?
I'm just thinking how I'm going to do this. Alright, so gonna read through results from Claude. Alright. So I gotta decide how many agents, what each should own, how deep to go, and I'll set it up that way. So each agent will be doing one part at a time, running all at once. Then Claude will merge all that information into like one plan. So I want to use a dynamic workflow with multiple independent agents. I'm not sure how many agents. Basically, maybe you can help me understand this better, because I'm trying to understand like how to use this function of dynamic workflows, and I think this would be a good test for it. So help me understand how many you think you would need. You know, this would be like a planning process too, so I'd like to set up some kind of operating procedure that could be also in the dashboard. I think that part, it would make sense to put it in the dashboard so I could reference it. But there could be an operating procedure to like what it's going to do each week. And I also want to understand if, you know, doing the automated scan each week that's on like the cron job, if that would make sense to have multiple agents doing that, or just have one agent do it like one part at a time. Help me understand this and we can go from there. One more thing I wanted to add. So a big part of this is like a weekly content engine. And that's going to come from me, you know, giving you manual data that I find across each of these platforms. I think I'll mainly find it when I'm going and I'm working with these platforms and I'm replying to other posts and stuff like that. So I'll be seeing what kind of posts work. So help me understand some kind of process for manually collecting the data also right now. So far, this looks right to me the way you gotta set it up. Using these 6 agents. And right now, I don't think it would make sense to treat anything as a hard constraint. I think this is going to change over time. and the more I use it, the better I'll understand like when to actually make something a hard constraint. But for right now, I like to stay pretty flexible to possibilities that I might find, which brings me to some more stuff that I wanted to add to this that might even increase the amount of agents. But basically, this part so far looks good. So I'm going to give you this next part that maybe you'll even think that we should do after this part that we've already talked about. But I'll take your advice whether this would be a separate task or just something to add more agents on. So basically, I want to deal with target audience when I'm doing this. And we already had this defined somewhat, but I know that like this can change over time as I collect more data and do more marketing. So some way to, track who the target audience is over time. So probably like each week when I'm bringing in data, it will know if there's any new areas of target audience to explore, or even if like my target audience is kind of changing, so it can track that over time. Also, the brand positioning and core message, that kind of thing might need to change over time, so I'd want to be strategic about tracking that if it changes. I think we already dealt with a competitor scan, but maybe not enough. So, I want to keep track of what competitors are doing, especially in regards to how they're implementing, AI into fintech. That's like the main thing. I think I already have a pretty good idea of what my competitors are doing right now, but I want to check to see over time, like how AI is being implemented into fintech, basically. There should be something about tracking the platforms to seeing like, what's working and what's not working over time. I was already talking about making a calendar, and it sounds like that's like too much to do right now. That would make more sense to do that later as I get the workflow down better. So also I'm looking at making some kind of lead magnet to help get people on the list. I want to provide like a weekly newsletter on there too. And that'll be partly coming through people signing up through the app itself, but I also want to have something else through the content that I'm creating. Also a way to track the current funnel and offer ladder, and be strategic about like how to make that better over time. So that's about all the extra stuff I have right now. Let me know if you think this is something that I can just add extra agents to do for right now, as this is kind of like part of the setup, or if you think that we should just like run the agents for the first part we already discussed, and then do this extra stuff afterwards. I'd like to do it all in one time if I can, if it makes sense to strategically. Getting right to it. the Don Boss of the parallel teams. The parallel agents running in the singular universe. Or a singular slice of a possible parallel universe. So I think over time, who knows, maybe new scientific findings will help to understand the parallelity of the universe, and it will surprisingly coincide with the way that AI uses parallel agents, which my intuition is kind of telling me that it does. Right. I'm going to document this the right way. So I'm going to go through what I already did. Alright, let's see. How should I do this? Alright, here's how it works. Alright, give thanks. Okay, something new for today, bringing massive value as I would say. All types of ways. Today, gonna look into something new. What I do is try new things, see how it works, make everything better over time, just to increase my mind frame. So, the time I save and the methodology is getting better every time. Looking at agent swarms, ultra mode, all types of different ways to use multiple agents. And I'm learning over time that certain ways work better than others. Certain times I deploy a lot of agents and I do it in a method that burns up a lot of tokens and I might save time. But each time I do it, I find ways that I can use it better, get a better understanding of like what tasks require multiple agents and how to deploy those multiple agents to make it better just through Claude Code, just through planning it through one window. So today I'm about to launch about 10 different agents to build something for me all at the same time. And it's not just building, it's also strategizing, and it's going to set up a plan so I can essentially deploy multiple agents, whatever it is, what I think in this case about once a week to do a process for me that I'm going to make better over time and get locked in. So this is setting it up, and you can follow along, do the same thing too. It's up to you. So you know what this is. One session becomes the boss of 100 agents working in parallel. And I am a new developer, new coder, learning as I go, just getting used to the flow. This is all brand new. You know, this is a new feature that's been coming along. And I used this similar feature before for basically like auditing and finding bugs and doing cleanup stuff. But now I'm looking more into strategic stuff, into like the marketing side of it, into the business process, the stuff that I really enjoy doing the most, building out systems for business. All right, so I just set this up. Essentially, you can see with Claude, um, I gave it an explanation of what I want to do, like the process I want to do each week. and how I want to get that set up, how I want to collect the data, what I want the data to do, how I want to track it over time. Essentially, I was saying this is all for marketing and strategic purposes for my Stackivate business, which is the investment education platform to help people find their own unique investment strategy so they can become a better investor, know themselves better over time in the process. So I'm looking at, the results first from Claude, just getting to the very basic stuff, and it's letting me know, what kind of things make sense, what kind of things don't make sense based off the plan I told it. And I made sure to specifically tell it, this is not a plan mode, this is more like a strategy session. And while I'm using it, you're gonna push back on things that don't make sense, let me know what makes sense. And essentially what I'm gonna do is deploy multiple agents to get this done. So keep that in mind, and before you actually get started building anything, make sure that I let you know how we're going to deploy these agents. So first, it gets a good idea of what I'm trying to do. Um, Letting it know that I'm trying out this new method of deploying agents, telling me this is a good test case for it. So it's giving me its first plan off the basic stuff I told it, letting me know things like, if I have too few agents, one agent will be juggling unrelated things, each shallowly, too many agents, fake parallelism, the agents will overlap and duplicate. Plus, that's the whole point of why I did this in the first place, is to save tokens and time. So this is, dynamic workflow. So Claude will write a short script that fans out the independent agents in parallel. Each returns a structured spec, then a final pass synthesizes them into one coherent result. So Claude and myself will work together to make sure that the result is coherent. And something like a bug hunt, like I was doing before, I don't think it made that much sense to have me as a human in the loop. But for this marketing process, I think it does. So this is a reason why I would use a dynamic workflow instead of ultra mode, which I've used before. The main reason I want to be that human in the loop, and also like I was saying before, to minimize tokens and time. So it's giving me what it recommends to have, how many agents, and each task for the agent for this marketing planning process. And everything looked pretty good to me. So starting with 7 agents, and then it's letting me know how that will reply to a basically a cron job, like a scheduled scan. And it's telling me basically once this gets down, once this is planned and the foundation is set up, I shouldn't need multiple agents to do what I need to do with this cron job, as long as I set it up right from the start. So I let it know that I thought this was a good idea to do that, and then I added kind of the second layer on here based on all that information. I realized there was more to this plan. Let it know what that was, gave it my ideas for this plan, and it's telling me that makes sense. It says part of this was only half of the workflow you saw, doing this strategizing and planning. What was missing? So I added that stuff, which is a big part of me telling it not to just go run with the original plan, to let me verify that everything is right before it spawns all these different agents. Okay, so now it's letting me know what these new agents should be, and I can see this makes sense, so I let it know that it's good. So now I'm going to give it the green light and it'll launch the workflow. I'm giving you the green light. I'm ready for you to launch this workflow. I've got it on auto mode, so I do not have to manually verify each step that it has. I've already gone through, and I trust that I've used it enough to trust that I've given it enough information. And something like this, I'm thinking I don't need to do a plan MD. Each one of these agents has its own specific job. This is a one-time thing. Certain things I'm understanding. It's not so much of a build. Some stuff it's building, like how it's going to collect this information for the marketing in the future, but other stuff it's more just strategizing. And I'll find out if this theory is right after it's done. When it's done, if indeed like everything worked out, then I'll know like if I'm doing this kind of process for this kind of strategizing in the future, that I don't need to have it create a plan MD doc for this. If there is problems, then I'll know that it is necessary. Take that extra step, do the plan MD document. Welcome to the chat, my zone. Hope you're doing good. Making progress as I usually do about this time. More water. All right, so it got started. And it looks like what it did was it automatically built in a plan MD. Called it build plan MD. And it's letting me know what all the agents are doing, just verifying that it's the same process that I already set up. And essentially, they're all running in the background. It's telling me I can watch it live at /workflow, so I'm going to try that out. Okay, and it's giving me a view like this, letting me know how many tokens each one of these are using. And I personally like this better than having multiple terminals open. having like in this case it'd be about 9 different terminals open. It's like pretty much impossible for me to follow all those different terminals anyway. And with this, if I have any specific questions on how anything worked afterwards, I can just, give it to this one terminal and it will help me understand how it synthesized all this data, how the data was collected, if I have any questions based on anything like that. All right, so the design is all done. Each agent is under 100,000 tokens. I'm guessing this is going to be about 600 to 700,000 tokens it took to do the design. And the time was major because, each one of those agents, if I ran it one at a time, would have taken about 9 times longer. Now it's doing the synthesizing, and I'm guessing that's going to take maybe another 100 to 200,000 more tokens. And I just realized while I was doing this, I can hit the up and down arrows and go through to see what it's doing. So it's done with the design, move on to the synthesize, and it showed me about 100,000 tokens so far. Hello, Arise. Welcome to the chat. Welcome back. Hope you're doing good. Oh, this is called, I think it's called Gyan Kriya, Ancient Practice for Abundance. And it also helps posture. It's very good for sitting at a desk for a long time. But supposed to do it for about 10 to 11 minutes. First minute or two, you're gonna be like, this is super easy. Why am I doing this? By about 5 minutes, you will understand 100% why I'm doing it. And then about 5 minutes after you're done, you will see the benefits. And especially, I'm feeling it already. Wing foiling yesterday. It was like holding up the wing, pumping the wing in the wind. So I'm already kind of sore. So far, I have earned just knowledge. I think I've earned like $30. And that's just been from people that I know. So, just launched the first business about a little less than a month ago. Just been promoting it. Ready to start building the second business tomorrow. And once I start earning more income that's like actual income from people I don't know, I will update it in the description and the titles. So far, I would have to say it's turning out pretty much how I thought, except for one major thing is that the 9 agents finished their job in about 4 minutes, and the one agent that's doing the synthesizing of the results from all the 9 agents has been taking almost 15 minutes now. But I also estimated pretty correctly on the tokens. You know, it was all under about 100K for each agent, and synthesizing I estimated would be about 100 to 200K. So the new project is going good. Um, right now I'm doing the multi-agent scan, or sorry, not scan, multi-agent process. 10 agents, 9 of the agents were doing the work. This last agent is just taking all the results and breaking it down. I guessed wrong. I guess the agents would take longer, and the one agent synthesizing everything would be much quicker, but very opposite. Done. 27 minutes, 51 seconds, 10 out of 10 agents. Only took about 3 or 4 minutes to do the design. And I was showing that only took up about, less than 100K tokens per agent. Synthesis took about 25 minutes. Only took about 228,000 tokens. So let's see what this result is. Okay, so going through the result, it basically built two documents that it put into this project. One is going to be the weekly run book, and one is the build plan. So essentially, there's more that it wants to build to implement this stuff, but this is everything that I needed to get done. And it's all saved into the document. Usually, the results would just be pasted out into the terminal, but I like this better how it's like put into a document. And once I get this built out correctly, then these documents, I can delete them. They don't need to be there. I can keep them there if I want them. But for the most part, I mean, this is just me plus a team of 10 AI agents. And, it would have taken a whole company, like a whole marketing department to basically do this. And I think in the past before AI, it would have taken at least a week to get all this stuff done. And essentially now it's got all this stuff done and it's set up a process. So it's going to be super easy for me to do this every week. And I'm going to be doing the marketing manually anyway, but it's just going to be automating all the things that I need to do for research, just making it so like I'm just doing the CEO, the top level of marketing manager, which is what I wanted to do. So this is what building a business from zero with AI actually looks like now, you know, and I could have done it I could have done it in a different way, but I'm getting better at understanding how to orchestrate this stuff to make it quicker. And I think I could have used multiple agents in other ways too, but it would have done more of the planning itself. But I'm understanding better now how it plans, and I wanted to walk through manually how it was planning it and the way it was going to execute the decisions. So I'm glad I did that. And pretty much, I mean, this is pretty good, and I'll just keep building it from there. So make sure you stay in tune. I'm building live. Go ahead, follow the build, and I've got a free starter kit. Should be in the description. Should be a link. You can just sign up. You'll get weekly emails, keep you in touch with what I'm doing each week, let you know new things I'm figuring out as I go, staying dedicated to this, starting to really get to the cutting edge of where technology is. It's been a long learning process, but I'm glad I stuck through it. And now I'm really starting to like build like way bigger and better things than I could ever imagine. So that took way longer than I thought, but hey, it's going good. All right, get some music back on again. Looking back at the chat, good to hear you're working on the C Films project. And I have a good feeling that that is going to keep getting better and better. One day, I'm gonna see something somewhere that says C Films, and I want to be like, yeah, I remember when that man was building that. I knew it would get big. This is very interesting. It's like mapping out the whole marketing process and how it's going to build, how I'm going to do this. And I mean, I had already had like a very loose kind of process that I was doing, and I was like, it was just individual features. And I'm still going to be implementing some of that, but that'll be kind of like different from this. And over time, I'll get a better like process set in stone. And then I think that's when I'll transfer the marketing dashboard so that it's more permanent. Right now it's just a place with like individual marketing features, but I want to build it so that I can just like, you know, start at step 1, do step 1, then it'll take me to step 2, and have everything on a database, agents, so it can get better over time. That's kind of my vision where this is going. Looking back at the chat, welcome in Unlinked 2. Hey, hey, hey. It is going great, going good. What is this project about? This is Stackivate. This is an investment education platform that helps people discover their own unique style of investing that fits best for them. So essentially, we got a free tier. We got everything on the free tier that anyone would ever need to learn investing and get a really like broad sense of where their style is. Paid tier takes it to the next level. Automatic journaling, coaching, and right now I'm working on the promotion process. Pretty much got the foundation of this business set up. Last step is really doing the marketing process. I'm building a process. I set up about 10 different agents to help me understand how this process is going to be. And then I'll just run it pretty much like once a week. And I'm planning on starting up the next business tomorrow. Definitely gets more and more interesting as I build more and more. And I'm finding that these business systems are really like my strength. And understanding to build these business systems better and better. Essentially convey to making the product, in this case, which is a SaaS app, better and better over time. So I feel like the more I build these business processes out and the more I implement new AI strategies, I'm really starting to see that's where like my I guess strength in vibe coding is. And that's what I'm noticing is where I want to double down on. I feel like also there's a major gap in the market right now. You know, everybody's building apps. A lot of people having good ideas for building apps, but the more apps that are being built, the more difficult it is to get your app seen, marketing, stuff like that. So, you know, I can offer out these business systems. Not exactly sure how that's going to go, how it's going to play out, but I'm seeing this is really where I can shine the most. So make a toast to that. Thank you. Best of luck to you too and everything that you do. And if you want to share anything you're working on, I enjoy hearing about other people's projects. Any questions at all, feel free. Either way, it's good to see you in the chat. Good to see community of unity building up, abundance mindset. Each one teach one. We can all build each other up. Help everybody get to the next level. So you're working on a turn-based strategy game for the Game Boy or Game Boy Color. Wow, that's that brings me back. I did not even know that. I don't know if are they still making those, or is that like a retro thing where people are still playing the older versions and still. I know like those resale stores sell a lot of like old like Nintendo and Game Boy games. Okay, they're not making them, but there's a very active homebrew community. That's awesome. Might have to look into that. That would bring back a lot of memories, I'm sure. Either way, that's really cool. A turn-based strategy game And I feel like there's definitely a big future in games. I played a lot of games when I was younger. I don't really play video games that much anymore, but I think it would be fun to make a game. And I don't see it yet, but I have a feeling like as time goes by and I get better at vibe coding, I will see at least one opportunity to make a game. Not sure like what platform it would be, but I'm sure there's a lot to learn with that, like how to deploy it to different platforms and stuff like that. A friend of mine who's a developer was talking to me about a game that he helped design for one of his clients, and I know just for the design in that game he got like between like $50 and $100,000, I think, for maybe like a month of work. So I know that there's definitely money in that game stuff. So you mostly make stuff for older hardware because you find limitations fun. You've never made a game on a modern system. That's awesome. It's, everybody's, I keep saying, if everybody were the same, making the same stuff, it'd be a really boring world. So it's good to hear that people are working on different things I never heard of. And it makes me want to go and buy an old Game Boy at the used store and some old games I used to play. Maybe I can just find an emulator or something like that. But just actually holding the Game Boy in my hand again would probably even just bring back memories. And C Films is saying, what are things you could do to advertise C Films' website more and better? I would have to say I know you're working on different social media platforms with organic marketing. Some of the stuff you've seen me do here on this live stream right now, I've been having a lot of good ideas. I think if you have competitors, you could be running scans to see what they're doing each week. You could be running scans to see, this is another good idea. You could even have a scan going to see what kind of new movies or sports events or whatever are going on in your region. And then you could even have an agent that would like automatically add those. You'd probably want to manually approve each one, but that would probably make your process a lot better, run smoother, so that you can automate whatever you can automate and then just spend your time doing the CEO stuff, making the decisions. I think though, because you're regional, you could get really far with finding marketing opportunities within, it sounds like you're more in the Seattle area. Start there. Look, even if it's just like finding a cheap way to make some flyers, putting up posters, stuff like that. Go to the tourist areas around Seattle. Make even like see how much it costs to generate cards you could put into like hotels or something like that. I think that would do really well with tourism. Looking to see how you can tap into that tourism market better. Alright, just read over these documents that it created. Alright, before we start with the first part of the build, I just want to get a better understanding of this after reading the docs. Are you building this onto the dashboard? That's my first question. Because I have stuff that's already on the dashboard. They're more like individual marketing steps that, you know, I still want to use that. I would like to, I guess, reference the dashboard. It'd probably be a little bit easier than doing this process just in the chat window on the terminal with you. But also, you know, it'd be cheaper to use the plan and do it through you just to get started. And then I can like do more modifications to make sure everything's working the way I want it to work, instead of like working through the dashboard. But I guess either way is fine. I think it would probably help too just to build another section on the dashboard that does this process. Even if I'm doing it with you in the terminal, so that I can like wrap my mind around how it's going to work and like how it should be to make it better over time. Also, you're talking about using some external features like Google Sheets and stuff, but if possible, I mean, I would just like to make a way so it's just working through the dashboard and through the database. I already have a Supabase database that's working with this project that mostly has information right now from the app itself, but I would like to, you know, once something is implemented and it's working the right way, then I can add a schema to that shared dashboard. Because over time, I also have a CRM project and also have like a consulting and coaching project, and all these are going to share the same dashboard. And then I can have agents that can, utilize the information across all projects. So if it's possible, I don't want to have anything outside of this dashboard. I'd rather have a version of like the Google Sheets or the calendar that I could just build into the dashboard, that I don't need that external Google part. So that being said, I see how the workflow is right now. It looks pretty good. There's nothing I would really change until I actually use it. And help me understand, can you build this stuff without using the external Google stuff? And right now, where does your plan to build this? Is your plan to wire it into the dashboard right away? Or just build it like the processes on this project? And let me know if you have any questions. And for the most part, I think when I checked the usage from that process, it was like way less than when I used alter mode. And I feel like I got better results. I mean, I didn't try this exact same process with alter mode, but I kind of engineered my own alter mode. And the main thing, just looking at the usage, I've only used 8% so far. Alter mode was taking up more than like 50% of the current session. And I think since Fable 5 is no longer a thing, I can downgrade from the $200 to the $100 max subscription if I can manage to like do these processes so much leaner like this. I had the $100 one last month, and I had extra $200 in credits, and that's why I was like, well, I should use these credits before they expire. And basically what I found was that I went through all my credits once Fable 5 came out, and I was using Ultra Mode with that. And it was good for experimenting, but then I was like, well, I need to upgrade to the extra max plan for Fable 5. And like the day after I did that. So, the good thing is that I plan on doing a lot of building with this new business. So I think the next few streams will be just like probably pure building out the different parts of the business. And now that I understand like the whole system better, I feel like this time I built it, I built out the app first and then the systems behind it. And I think it's going to make a lot more sense to build out the systems first and then the app for the new business. But either way, I'm going to do my best to utilize all the usage on the 20x max plan. Yes, this is very interesting to see how it's all going to play out and turn out. And the more I build, the better I get at building, and the more I understand like how to do this properly. So I think, you know, each business is going to get better and better and quicker to build. All about the systems, and it's awesome to be doing this live so everyone can see how it plays out. And also, feel free to come back on and let me know how your game is going. I would definitely be interested in playing it whenever it's done. Thank you for reminding me. That is true. I had to change the Discord. I've got it on my list of things to do. I should at least take the link off the I think you're on Twitch. But yeah, I do plan on bringing the Discord back soon. Create the new Discord, and then remember to update the links on YouTube and Twitch and anywhere else the links might be. I am like 99% sure that everything in this marketing dashboard is in the database in the project, and there is no Supabase schemas yet for this marketing dashboard. I believe it's only for the actual app itself. So what I understand is it's going to be better to promote to Superbase later once the system has been adjusted and adapted to how it's working on a more permanent basis. So that being said, let me know if you have any more questions. If not, I believe I understand everything that you're doing and it makes sense to me. So I'm giving you the green light. Start. And sounds like you're just going to build out one part at a time. I just want to make sure that it's not going to change anything else that's on the dashboard so far. That stuff is like still useful to me for like just messing around with trying out different things. This should be like an extra addition to the dashboard. I don't know if whatever you think would be best, if it has its own tab that's just for this, or maybe a toggle that can switch between what was there to this part. Whatever you think would work best, implement it like that. Yeah. Slow it down. Make sure the right thing is right. Chopping it up with Claude. Yeah. So I had someone recommend to me that I should try Notebook LM and Hermes together. And I have a basic understanding of Notebook LM. Could you quick give me a brief rundown on Notebook LM? I was looking into mostly before using it for creating content with YouTube. And tell me other use cases, anything you think would specifically apply to anything I'm doing, and then let me know why it would make sense to have Hermes Agent work with Notebook LM. Oh, that's right. Okay. Okay, so I understand Notebook LM and I remember. And now I'm kind of wondering like, is Notebook LM necessary? Like, think from what I understand, like if I'm using Claude Code, couldn't I just create a database and store all the same information I stored in a Notebook LM in a project in Claude and then hook up Hermes like that? And essentially then that would be better, right? Because then it would have access to all the information and it would have, you know, my Claude agent running off of my subscription instead of a Hermes agent running off an API. Is there more to this that I don't understand? Let me know. So first I wanted to generate it just with you so that I can tune it. But also I'm wondering, like, if I run this weekly, like as a weekly task, can the results automatically be applied to the dashboard? Because I think that would be easier than making a document that lives in the project folder. Because then that would just add context to the project. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not understanding this correctly. Um, Help me understand this. Let me know if you have any questions. Welcome to the chat. Videos. Videos. How's it going? Good to have you in the chat. Building great things, great systems. So right now I'm working on Stackivate, almost done with that. And feel free to let me know if you're working on stuff, if you just have questions, whatever it might be. Can't put links in the chat, but you could tell me what you're working on. I can Google it and I can give you my opinion. And feel free to do the same with Stackivate. Always happy to hear feedback. Alright, so this is I'm doing this live challenge to 1 million, basically building out businesses. The first business is pretty much done, the foundation at least. I mean, I'll be working on it, but I think I'll only need probably like 1 day a week live stream to really like do the work on it, because the foundation is there. Now it's all about bringing in users. So as I was saying, Stackivate is like education for investors to find their own unique investing style. And there's a massive free tier that anyone can pretty much go on and find the value, get like a very basic style of investing that works for them. And if they want to take it to the next level, there's a paid tier. So the next business will be starting tomorrow, and I'm just gonna keep building and building and automate everything. Agents, business systems. I feel like there's so much value, so many different things. I'm building a business, but I'm also learning the new technology for vibe coding, agentic orchestration, also learning the business systems. Already made a custom CRM. Just I feel like sky's the limit right now. Definitely good to meet you too. Stackivate Marketing. This is like the marketing team for the Stackivate business. So I'm building it out right now. I'd already built out like some general features in the past, but now I'm making more of like a weekly workflow. And essentially it'll get better over time. So I'm just basically doing the CEO stuff, and then I can hook up agents to help run it. And it'll be like, right now there's the Stackivate app, and then there's this Stackivate Marketing, there's a Stackivate custom CRM, and then there's a Stackivate custom kind of like a CEO suite that's got one built out consultant team and coach and like a boardroom where I can bring ideas, and different agents act as like a CMO, CFO, basically like how a traditional boardroom would be set up. All these share the same database. And my background is in business, so what got me into this was wanting to build custom business systems. And I quickly realized there's so much more I can build, so Stackivate is the first business. Is it open source? So open source, I think you mean like, is it free and is the code available? No, it's not. This is like a SaaS app. I'm not sure how I'm gonna like implement these business systems later, if they'll be open source. I don't think so. But the first apps I did that were like really simple apps, I did those open source. I'm still trying to kind of understand, like, from a business perspective, if I were to do something open source, how could I then monetize it? Because from what I understand, if it's open source, then that makes it free. But I mean, I can see like, like Hermes Agent is open source. Some of the like biggest things coming out are open source, but they're also businesses and they're also monetized. So I need to like understand that whole concept better of how to have something open source and monetize it at the same time. So you're saying a lot of places have open core where the software itself is FOSS, maybe fast typo or something, but they offer parts that are not freely available. Oh, I see. Or they simply offer the hosted version as a product, and you can go and self-host it if you want. Most people will not want to or know how to self-host. See, that's something that I'm thinking like, then like, everybody could just like do that, but that's what I'm seeing is like, really, I'm just used to doing this every day. And I think a lot of people, like, for the most part, just don't have the time to do it, don't have the time to learn it, and then the time to build it. And they'd rather just pay if it's a solution to their problem. So you mean Stackivate marketing would be great to open source. Open source is easy to monetize. No one wants to self-host and maintain, so they pay for the paid version. Okay. So basically it would be like, not like the marketing system for this project, but it would be like a marketing system, I think what you're saying, that would, like, it would be like this same system, but so it could be customized for any project, which is basically what I want to do. And I appreciate you bringing this up because, okay, FOSS means free and open source. So this is just like another thing for me to research on, like, options for how to launch these actual business systems as a business, which is something that I'm thinking is going to be like the third, maybe fourth business that I do. But I'm going to take a note for that right now. My Obsidian. Research more open source. Methods for business systems that I'm creating. How to monetize it. And how to understand free and open source and everything that goes with that better. I've got so much more value out of Obsidian than I had any idea I would get just from what I originally learned about it. And Obsidian has become like a major part of my workflow. No money yet. I mean, I've made like $30, I think, 2 subscriptions, one of them from me and then like one of them from a friend. But I haven't even updated with that. Like, that's like nothing. And I feel like that's kind of like, I don't want to like be putting my own profits of like money I paid. But just had this first business up for maybe a month, about a month. So I'm guessing it's going to be a while before I'm really, money will start slow, I think, and then I think it's just going to like exponentially go up, once I have like the multiple businesses running. So this seems to be a very different process than other creators that are doing the same challenge as me. And pretty much the original goal I set out was to have the first business up and running by day 100. And essentially, I think it's like day 91. So pretty much on point with what I envisioned from the start. And that's good to hear, C Films, that I got you thinking more about the brand and potential business C Films could be. That's definitely a big reason, not just trying to provide value through this business stuff, but a lot of it is like the business mindset that I've learned over the years, that I've applied to business, that has brought me a lot of gratitude and inspiration myself, and I'm glad that I can pass that on to other people. And I think you're right. C Films has the potential to be something very big, and really sky's the limit. You could do a lot with that. I mean, I'm even seeing you could even you could even have your own studio. You could even C Films just sounds good, like a studio, like make your own movies. Once you after everything's built up, you've got your audience. That would be a great, everyone's coming there already to hear about movies and stuff. Why not make a Pacific Northwest region film studio, and then just start making your own content? C Films. Yeah, there's so much you could do with that. Oh yeah, I was opening up the dashboard to check out new feature. There we go. I don't know why it wasn't letting me type it in Google. Alright, cool. Thank you. Thank you every time. Alright, I'm kind of confused. Like you said, there is no digest yet in the actual project dashboard. And I thought you said that you were going to generate it like in this terminal, but I don't see anything. I was scrolling back up and I don't see the output yet. So I don't know if I'm missing it. If so, just regenerate the output, because I want to see it through here so that I can tune it better. Okay, everything looks good to me for the data it's getting, and now I'm understanding this better. So this data is not coming from like an independent research. It's coming from the data that's already on the dashboard from the I can't remember exactly which part of the dashboard, but it's not new data. It's data that's from the Man. Okay. Dashboard. So basically, I have to remember to update other parts of the dashboard before I start this process, which you know, I'm not really sure that that's like that makes sense, because I kind of want this process to be separate. So maybe that should actually be the first step to this process, if it has to work with other parts from the dashboard, other data, that has to do an update with that data first. Or if it would make more sense to just do a new scan. Help me understand this. Also, the main thing that I'm thinking from this data is I'm wondering, like, you know, how are these features not being considered as financial advice? Because they strongly sound like they would cross the barriers I have up for my project for financial advice. And I know I'm being super strict, especially getting started and until I talk with a fintech lawyer. But to me, it seems like these are like very crossing over into what the SEC would say is like financial data that it shouldn't be doing. So if anything, I would think to add something to this to like help me better understand where this sits as far as like crossing that line with the SEC, because that's really like, I think, where this is going. Adding new features in the future is going to be leaning more towards, I think, where AI tech for fintech is going is leaning more towards becoming a financial advisor through AI, which I think I totally see as being the future. And I'm hoping that the regulations change. But for now, I just want to stay up to date with what's going on and implement it so that I'm not crossing any, lines, I guess. So let me know if you have any questions off of what I just told you, and help me understand better everything I said. Alright, this makes a lot more sense with this notebook LM. So I want to put the stuff in it that wouldn't make sense to put into the project database. So it sounds like have one notebook LM per business. And I think I'd already done research to see that in one account I can have like multiple businesses, multiple notebooks. So like right now with this investing education business, I'm working on the marketing dashboard and I'm doing a lot of research where I'm, getting data from other projects, competitors, stuff like that. So each week it's kind of giving me a summary, but it's also giving me like links to like the source. So basically it sounds like it would make sense to add the source of all this information into a notebook LM. As I'm getting the marketing content process, stuff like that. And I could also use it. Well, I don't want to look into like more. I think I'm getting too far ahead of myself. Help me understand if I'm understanding this correctly, and any questions that you might have for me or any advice. tighten the item number thing. I would say wait on the first digest until you add in fresh AI and fintech scan queries. That way the real one is current. For the voice and the length, I think it's good for right now. And
you really mustn't, darling.
so I would be getting the data from scans that I do probably weekly with a marketing process. And it makes sense that take the links, put them into a document that Notebook LM can reference. So getting into like how I could use it better, I'm trying to like stay on the cutting edge of financial technology and what can be done with it, so I can essentially like make this app better over time and like keep it up to date with what's possible. A big reason I want to use this too is there's issues with SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission, in regards to like what I can legally do, because I feel like there's a lot more that I could do that is currently not legal, but I think these laws will change in the future once people realize what's possible. So I need to like make sure I stay on the right side of the law and understand where the trends are going. But it sounds like everything for the actual business itself will be in the business database. maybe there's more to this you see that I could be adding now that you understand where I'm going with this and what I'm trying to do. So help me understand what else you might think would make sense to add into this notebook LM for this business. Looking back at the chat, Kai the editor is back. It has been a while, yes indeed. What's new? What you been up to? Hope you're doing well. Good to see all your exams are over. Sounds like you got a lot of time to work on the business stuff now. You know, I've been ups and downs, that's life. But I'd have to say the main thing, you know, been staying consistent, building out these businesses, doing my best to not get burnt out, getting out in nature, dealing with a lot with family stuff. But you know, I'm still here, man. It's like, give thanks for life, give thanks for health, all these things every time, because you never know. And as long as I got my vision that I can stay working on, then everything's good to me. As long as my family's still here another day, then I'd have to say everything is all right. And also, I'd working on setting up a new Discord. That Discord, it was just way too many security issues on there. So I'm gonna set up a new Discord that I set up right. I didn't do any research, but that's just, you know, learning process. Learn from my mistakes the last time, and then just build it over better. I'm not sure if I've ever heard the song Alive. POD. Sounds familiar. And Physical Witching, welcome back to the chat. What is good? I would have to say progress. Progress in life. got to try out my new wing foil, my new foil board yesterday, and it was crazy. I thought having like a smaller board, it would be like easier to get up on the foil, but it was the opposite. The smaller board, it sunk into the water, so it took like more momentum to get the board out of the water. But once I got out of the water and got up on that foil, it was crazy. My old board was like more of a beginner board, and the foil, when I went slow, it was like steadier, but if I started to go fast, it would get like more wobbly. But this new like advanced foil, like, it just took me straight to like kind of like medium to max speed, and it was smooth. Could hear like a whistling underneath the board in between like the water and the board, and I was flying, man. I was like, maybe stayed out a little bit too long in the sun, but it was worth it. And definitely seeing more next level of that sport. So right now, Kai's making his own personal mini server. Sounds kind of similar. We've got C Films, and he's been doing his own kind of server thing with the with his project. Kind of like maybe more of a search. But yeah, if you want to let me know about your server, that'd be good to know. I've never worked on a server myself, so just kind of get some ideas on like what's possible with that. And physical, spent all day making a streaming service with AI that has real YouTube videos of people taking huge risks. That's what I like. That's definitely, I'm all about taking risks. Just calculated. Definitely, that's what a lot of people see my life, and they're like, man, this guy's crazy, like, he's doing all this, like, extreme sports and, like, you know, the trading and stuff like that, but they don't see that I'm, like, taking risks on a daily basis, and, like, I just kind of, like, get better and better at taking, like, bigger risks, but more calculated, and I have all this experience of taking so many risks. And, you know, to most people, that just seems reckless, and it seems crazy. But then I see other people that are, like, judging me based on what I do, and I'm like, man, like, these people are trying to play it safe all the time, and that would be super boring. I couldn't live like that. And that goes into, like, even what kind of inspired me for this Stackivate, this investing business. It's because I realized, like, everybody takes risk differently. You know, to some people, investing is super boring because they're just told to buy, like, really simple, really safe index funds. And they just don't get into it. They're like, man, this is too boring for me. And then some people would rather take bigger risks, and the same people who are really, like, risk averse, then, like, they wouldn't be able to sleep at night taking risks like that. They'd be, like, constantly worried. Where other people would make them feel more alive, and they would, like, they really enjoy it. So, you know, everybody keeps saying this, like, the world would be super boring if everybody was the same. So, you know, it's good that everybody's, like, just different in risk and everything. So it's more in the testing stage right now. Just local video files. I need to get more drone coverage. I've done so much awesome stuff that I wish I had on camera. There was some dude out there too that had it was like a jet ski, and it was like a massive hose hooked up to his jet ski, and it was like his boots like sprayed water like out of the boots, so it like he was probably like maybe 30 feet up in the air, and I could tell he had like a thing in his hand that he was like controlling like the speed of like the pressure of his the water spraying out of his boots. And dude was like doing flips and spins, and you could like touch down to like the water and then like hit the pressure and then like fly back up in the air. But I'm more about like the non-motor sports. If anything, man, that thing stunk, man. It was burning a ton of gas and like it made the whole lake stink like gas. That's crazy. Robinhood is doing a separate sub account to hand an AI agent authority to trade. So this is happening quicker than I thought. Robinhood is doing this, so that's one of the major players. But these look like so many of these things that are being done. Looks like they're crossing the line with the SEC. These are big companies though, so they got like massive teams of lawyers. But it's like, how do I know where to draw the line? Like just because they're doing it, doesn't mean like I could do it. I don't know. I gotta figure this out better. But this is what I'm seeing. I'm like, dude, why would anyone, with what's capable with AI, it doesn't make any sense to pay for a financial advisor anymore. I mean, maybe maybe there's some use cases, but I think the majority of people are gonna start to realize what's possible, and they're gonna no longer deal with financial advisors. And the laws are just outdated, in my opinion. Okay, that looks pretty good. What do you think about adding a link? Maybe there's already one link in like the first part that's run, but I'm wondering about adding links to like this report each week, so that I could like click the link to get more information. Other than that, I think everything looks really good. Looks like SoFi is the closest to doing what I'm doing, and I've already had a SoFi account and buying SoFi stock for a couple of years now, so I understand that business pretty good, and I can go check it out. But I like that he's in the comments, the physical twitching. Spent all day making a streaming service with AI that has real YouTube videos of people taking huge risks. Just all like any risk in general, or is it like categorized into different categories, I guess? But that seems interesting. I would definitely want to check out that when it's done. Make sure you come back and let me know how to find that. Hopefully it's on Google. I can look it up. As a risk taker, I can give you my opinion. Set up Notebook LM for Stackivate, especially in regards to SEC compliance and marketing info, like other businesses and how they're complying or pushing the boundaries. C Films if is saying if you have not told the AI something in a while, it might have forgot it. Especially with the LLMs. I think I'm getting a lot better at setting up projects for things that I'm doing a lot. If I'm just asking random questions. But I think setting up projects and storing more information, like when I was making the coaching and consulting dashboard, that was the main question I got from people, like, couldn't I just do this on an LLM? And I'm like, you could, but over time it's going to forget things. You're going to have to keep updating it. The context is going to get full and it's going to have to compact, and then it's going to forget more, take longer to respond. Whereas if you create a project, feed the project all the correct information, once it gets bigger, just get a external database, then that solves all those problems right there. So other than a legal and compliance guide, what other use cases do you see for Notebook LM for this business? Or really for like any business? Yes, commit the RSS fix. And also push if you haven't pushed yet. Alright, before you start the swipe file lane, I'm wondering, for the rest of the steps, do you think I should build them one at a time and then test them? It sounds like some of them, like this one, it's not really going to be, like, able to test it. It's just, like, adding information when it comes in. But what I'm getting at is, do you think it would make sense to just do a dynamic workflow and deploy multiple agents to build out the rest of the features for what was planned today? So it helps to understand, like, Notebook LM is almost like a bigger database, like everything with the project, the database that makes sense, and then everything that's like beyond that would be Notebook LM. And if I understand this correctly, this could all be implemented into Obsidian and all be managed by agents. And then I just get better and better at agentic orchestration over time, building out multiple things at once in the leanest way possible. Everything will come together in due time, at the right time, up to the time. And I will keep building the right way, in the right lane. Looks like I'm missing some comments. So, you're wondering if you should start a C Films notebook in Gemini? Why or why not? I definitely would say yes. From what I'm learning right now, Notebook LM is the way to go. Not sure how you got your database hooked up, but I was just kind of explaining Notebook LM is more for extensive data, stuff that would be too much for a database for your project. But it definitely sounds like a very good idea. Even the applying that to like an Obsidian, if you don't have an Obsidian yet. Have I used the notebook feature in Gemini? I don't believe so. It sounds like that. It sounds like Notebook LM is the Gemini notebook feature. At least I know that it's from Google. So maybe that's different than the notebook feature in Gemini. But Notebook LM just basically stores way more data. And then it's like the LLM just references that data instead of like the entire internet. So how can I even build if Opus is down? That's a good question. If Opus is down, then I don't know, maybe it says it's quantumizing right now. Maybe I'm in a parallel universe and it's a quantum observer effect kind of feature. No, I have no idea. I did not know Opus was down. I just knew that what do you call it? Fable 5 was taken down. But Opus is working fine. It's been working fine for me all night. Maybe it's down like regionally or something. Oh, I see. The notebooks in Gemini can be integrated with Notebook LM. That's good to know. So I could even implement things into the notebooks in Gemini. And I was also reading that might make more sense in a lot of situations, that building out like a Google Docs or something like that, and just putting different sources of information like all in one doc, because it sounds like you're limited by how many sources. I think it was like 50 different sources of info you can put in one notebook for Notebook LM, but you can have a doc of like, I think they said like 500,000 or maybe 50,000 words. Just saying the audio overview in there is awesome. I think you mean Notebook LM. It made you a 50-minute podcast on a custom topic. That's what I'm seeing, another feature. And it was saying that it's good for podcasts for having like conversations. And I've seen YouTube videos where like they have like, maybe two historical figures that are like having a conversation with each other. Saw one, it was like Gandhi and Bob Marley were having a conversation. And I was like, oh man, AI is like what is going on right now? But then now I'm reading about Notebook LM and I'm like, that sounds like it was made from Notebook LM. And I listened to it too for like 5 minutes and I was like, this is actually kind of interesting. Like these two people have more in common than I thought. But yeah, there's like sky's the limit really. Like there's so much that can be done. That would be good content for business. Even my businesses, like Notebook LM could help me create new and better content. The infographics, that's what I heard too. Even though Gemini was telling me that that it didn't do that, I must have phrased the question wrong. But it sounds like a lot of people are using the infographics for like YouTube videos and stuff. And you're saying there's no APIs for Notebook LM. I didn't know that. So it sounds like you just have to manually work with a Notebook LM to get the data that you want and then apply it to your project. No doubt they want us to do the like old-fashioned manual way. Maybe that'll be like a paid version in the future, but for right now, still like ways around it. Just sounds like a little bit more extra step, but definitely the more I'm learning about it, and that's what I'm finding is like usually I'll hear about a tool and I'll research it, and then I just kind of like keep it in my notes, like what it is and what value it has. But then I notice like certain things, like it just keeps coming back up, keeps coming up of like multiple use cases, like this Notebook LM, and that's when I know. In Obsidian, there's the same thing, and then that's when I know, okay, I gotta start actually like using that. I hear that. It's all about the markdown files. I'm getting better at getting markdown file buttons implemented into my projects, so I don't have to copy and paste stuff. I can just click the button, have it copy the markdown file. So I'm definitely finding that a lot of my info I'm applying to other things. Understanding how databases work better. And I think really where this is going is like as I start to understand how to implement all these tools better, and I have all these tools implemented, it'll just make all my workflows so much better. And then I'll start to like see business opportunities in building new tools that don't exist yet. Alright, I want you to commit and push the features that you've already built. Don't start building the content engine version 1 yet. I had to drink like twice as much water today. Definitely woke up feeling more dehydrated than normal. But I guess I would have to say that's going to be it for today. Hopefully you got a lot of value off of what I had to say and do. And I'll always be coming through with something new for you. So, I got to go rest and sleep. And be back at it tomorrow. Excited about starting the new business up. So you know, give thanks every time. Life, health, strength, love, respect, peace. I'm out for tonight. Wait, let me see. I should check the chat. And someone's asking, is the website supposed to be up for Stackivate? Yes, you can Google. Otherwise, the link should be in the description. And thank you for thanking me for streaming. Thank you for being in the chat. I'll be back soon. So you're saying it's down then. Let me check that out real quick. Like Opus. But Opus is not down. No, I just Googled it. Googled it and pulled it up and it's working fine. So maybe something's wrong with your internet. I don't know what to tell you. But both Opus and Stackivate are working. You can see right here. They're both working fine. But either way, I would have to say, good to see everybody. And I'm out for today.